Oh yeah. You got camera? We got camera? We got camera. All right. So I'm thinking, hoping, maybe, possibly, this will be probably the last stream with OBS in the mix because it's been creating problems for me. And I don't like problems, man. I don't like the problems. I don't like them. Don't like them. So, yeah. So I got most things. It's kind of funny. I bought. They were cheapy, so it was a gamble. But I need to play with these HDMI extenders that allows me to run HDMI cable to this little box, Cat 5 to another little box, and then from that box into the receiver or in the PC. But it was not a good video quality. It was terrible, actually. So it could be me doing something strange with settings. I don't know. I see my head's a little chopped. So I'm gonna go raise that camera just a hair. And hopefully right? Let us see what we can see. Oh, kind of better. That or better. No better. Yep. You can still see the device, I think. Checking. You can see the top of the device. So, one of the things I want to do real quick. Real quick. I'm checking, hang on, I'm just checking, what the hell is this? Meet the new list view. Okay. I'm just checking real quick to make sure that all of the channels that I'm trying to stream to are being streamed to, which it appears that they are. There's a whopping, it says there's 3 people on the YouTube. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Did I leave my phone in the house? Damn it. I think I left my phone in the house. So I might need to go correct that shortly. I totally left my phone in the house. I'm pretty sure I did. I was in a rush to get out here. I was stuffing this beautiful gut. But it says there's 6 people watching on YouTube. Let me see if I can do this from here. Because Facebook, being a pain in my ass, making sure that your Google Chrome is trying to fill your password pin thingy. Okay. And then Facebook's gonna be like, oh, who the hell are you? Verify, you off your phone. It totally just did that. God damn it. Okay, so you guys hang tight. I'm gonna go get my damn phone because I can't, there's certain things I can't do. Because Facebook, being the piece of shit that it is, I have to go set that channel. baby. So, got the fire going. You guys can't actually see the fire, but can you? If I'm standing here, I can turn, so I can still turn the camera a little bit. So the biggest problem with seeing the fire is, well, I mean, does it really matter that much? I don't think it does. The biggest problem, if you want to call it a problem, is being able to see the fire and you feel this crap too. So you don't necessarily need to or want to see. And you still can't see the fire anyways because my big doodad is right on the road. So, but at least if I'm standing here, I'm still, you guys can still see me in all of my glory. Oh, it's waiting for approval. Okay, hang on. Oh, Facebook. Oh, I'd love to kick you right in the nads. Okay. Okay, so we got that working again. Hey, Jeff. So I'm down on the wireless mic right now. Well, I don't have it. It's not that I didn't remember to plug them back into the little charging station. Oh, I forgot to plug the charging station back in. So I was almost there, guys. Almost there. So one of the things I'm going to work on tonight, I think, I got a lovely piece. Let me switch cameras and it might be easier to show you. So I have this lovely piece of Atlantic 33, aka Flutagon. And when we were in Lima, Ohio, I think it's Lima, at the Warriors Way, Francis from the Coal Ironworks gang provided us all a bit of this. He provided a lot of material that weekend, actually. But he gave us all, it was a piece of 3/4 inch. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to make something for Francis using this material. I was thinking about doing it tonight, so we'll see. So if you're not familiar with Atlantic 33, it's a voodoo metal. It is water quenching and self-tempering material. So once you bring this up to a critical temperature and quench it, it will harden and temper the material all in one fell swoop. You don't have to do anything outside of that. It's actually a fantastic material. I made a slot punch out of this, I don't know, a year or two ago, and it's held up really great, and I still use it. In fact, I think it's right over here. So let me cross in front of this camera. And I will see if I can find it. I think it's over here. Yes, it is right here. So this is a slot punch. I mean, I've since dressed it because I wanted it to be a little thinner. So this is actually, I got this in hex form, but it's Atlantic 33 as well. But as you can see, it's, I don't know, a little under of 1/8 of an inch thick on the end, and this thing is held up really well for punching. So we might do something similar with this. It looks like a bird has had some things to say about this particular piece, but I'll show you what I'm talking about. So I will heat treat this right now. Whoa! as soon as I find a pair of tongs. Here we go. Now, I could do this. One of the things I love about the induction forge, doing hand tools, because you typically only need, like, you know, a little bit hot. And I'm going to switch to the main cam. You can't actually see this getting hot, but I'll bring it out and show ya. But my quench tank is right here. What does Black Bear Forge call it? The Mankey tank. It's right there. And we get a better pair of tongs though. These tongs are not actually the appropriate size. So when I go to quench this material, I want to have a good grip on it. You'll hear me come in and out on the microphone as I move around, simply because I don't have my wireless mic tonight. It is what it is. I don't think anybody's going to lose any sleep over that, except for that Derek dude. He tends to worry. So, okay. So, I came over here to find a pair of tongs, and I cannot find them. That makes no damn sense. Here they are. This is because they were right in front of me the whole time, hiding in plain sight. Them little suckers. These hold that better, a bit better. Oh yeah, much better. So we're just getting that nice and toasty. So I'm sure you guys all know the gist, right? Don't try to heat this all up right away. That's kind of crazy. Even on an induction forge, you got to let that heat soak a bit. So this doesn't need to be heat treated. It's already hardened, but just showing you. Hey, Shane. So I don't know who is all on, but while I still have it fresh on my brain, let me pull up the Z calendar so I'm not talking out my butthole as I usually am. April 25th, 26th, and the 27th, Troy Roush is having the gathering over at Bar Run Forge. I believe Paul Kennedy and myself will be there on Saturday the 26th with a station to work on some stuff. If anybody's interested, come out, say hi, or if you're already planning to be there, feel free to come by the station, and then we can work some stuff out and figure out fun things to do. So as you can see, I don't know if you can see, but she's got a nice glow to her, but it's not quite there yet. And also, for my opinion, when you're using a coal forge for this, don't bury your piece. Now, when you're forging, you want to bury your piece typically top bottom so you can get it nice and hot. But when you're heat treating something, don't bury it. You want to keep an eye on it, you know? You also want to keep a hold of it. You don't need it to get crazy hot, right? I mean, you just need to get it appropriately hot. I don't know what the temperatures are for Atlantic 33. I'm sure somebody know-it-all will be able to tell us in the comments. That's a kid joke. But I'm sure somebody can, with some massively awesome search skills, a Google Jedi, if you will, could probably look that up and tell you. But I don't know what that temperature is. I bring it up to like a really dull orange and then go from there. Now, some steels, that temperature is very critical. Maybe that's why they call it critical temperature. Ooh. But some steels, that is very important. most of your medium carbon and things like that, or very simple carbon steels, that's usually not the case. You just need to get it to a non-magnetic, and then you can quench it from there. So you see I've got a pretty good heat on this, so I'm just going to quench it. Keep it moving the whole time until it's cold. Keep it in the water until it's cold. I see guys pull these things out so fast, I have no idea what the hell the hurry is. Be it a hammer or whatever. Keep that fucker in there and let it cool completely down. You should be able to handle it when you pull this out. So what I like to do is put my hand in the water, the back of my hand, and run it down the surface that I just quenched and determine if it's cold or not. In this particular case, it is. So we now have a fully quenched, fully hardened, and fully tempered slot punch. It's still there. Like I said, it's like 1/8 of an inch in the end of that. Love this stuff. For certain tools, not all tools, but certain tools, Atlantic 33 is great material to work with. And it forges really easily. Once you get it hot, it forges just fine. I've never really noticed much difference between it and, let's say, 4140. I'm not going to tell you mild steel. But, I've not noticed a whole lot of difference between it and, say, 4140. 4140 being a fair bit tougher when it cools down. So let's get this. I'm going to dig this part of the fire up and out a little bit. This is right here, this is right in front, so I can pass material through relatively easily without having to fight with it as much. And then what I will do is take this bar of material that I've got here, which is what is this? Half inch square. So I have no particular plans with this bar, so I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe flowery thing, maybe a leaf-like thing. I don't know. I do want to do one of the forge welded sculptures with the leaves and the flowers and the tendrils and the things on it. I want to do one of those soon. So it would not hurt to start building up my collection of elements to go into that sculpture. Curtis commenting on my video. He's telling me to clean my shop. It does need to be cleaned. It definitely does need to be cleaned up. There's no getting around that one. Faux show. So I'm seeing, let's see. Josh Sampson has commented on the video, but is he that looks like an older video. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, we don't need that. So let me go back to the chitty chats. That's not the chat. So let me come back to this chat. Maybe, possibly, make it bigger so I can actually read previous comments and not have to scroll back as much. And bigger so my old blind ass can see it. Huh. So let's check on our bar. How we get? We're getting there. Oh, you know what would help is to kick up the heat a bit, or the blower, which will in turn kick up the heat. So we're going to do something with this later, but not right now. We'll put this right here. You guys remember where I put that, because I'll probably forget in about 15 minutes. Don't think I need that. This one is. It's really like that. Put this up here. There's it. we'll get this piece up to temp, and we'll get to beating it into something. We'll just beat on it until it looks like something, right? And that's how it's supposed to work. You just beat on it until it sort of looks like something. I'll tell you what. That's almost there. So while we're thinking about all the things that we can do, I want to switch over to the, we'll start with this camera and see how it goes. We ain't quite hot enough, but we're almost there. I bought a little ashtray for out here. I forgot to bring it out here. I guess I should just make one. Make big 20-pound ashtray like all the guys are doing right now on Instagram. Well, they were. I think that fad has slowly died out. Everybody's realized that 20-pound ashtrays are kind of dumb, especially when you have to empty one. They look cool as hell, don't get me wrong. They look cool as hell. I just don't want to empty one of those sons of bitches. Hell no. So, I'm just going to forge this janky end on it as is. I'm not going to deal with that. I'm just going to, well, I'm going to deal with it as it is. I'm going to get my hammer ready. That's almost hot enough. Is that camera doing the thing where it's blinky blinky? Oh man, I don't know what's going on. I've also noticed a little bit of lag because of, I think it's OBS that's causing that lag, but I'm not 100% certain. I'm also noticing as I'm talking, the meters aren't where I would like to see them, so I'm going to try to push this up. I don't know if this is going to help, but, well, okay, that might be a little hot. So I'm going to go right about there. We'll see how that goes, right? Is that better volume-wise? You guys would have to let me know. So. I have no expectations of that little tiny thing surviving. Well, we'll see how we go. We'll see. I'm going to try to push it into the back and get it up against the back wall of the fire pot and see if that will work. How was that camera angle, by the way, guys? You guys don't have to let me know these things. Get your typers going. Get them tippy typies going, man. Or not, I don't give a shit. I do, but... Stop eating and type, damn it. trying to figure out where to put my phone up here, I guess, for now. I don't really need it. But yeah, so I pushed this piece all the way into my fire pot, and the tip is touching the back of the fire pot in hopes of preserving that. The problem with that, though, is it's getting a lot more hot than I need. Let's go to this camera. So we're gonna make this a bigger leaf. How about that? Yeah, Roy. I mean, if you'd like, I can go turn the induction forge on for you. You let me know. We were talking at the Warriors Way, we were joking about, so they didn't give me any details on some of the new stuff that they're cooking up for the new induction forge, but I told them, I was like, whatever you do, because apparently some people have been asking some kind of like temperature gauge, so that it'll stop at a certain temperature. And I was like, well, if you do that, it better have the Mario level up, chime or something cool. Can't be just a beep. It's got to be cool, man. Straighten that out a little bit. I constantly have to like turn around. I'm going to try the other camera angle, and you guys let me know. I think depending on the operation, you'll see more, see better. We'll see. The main camera, I mean, I just really don't think you're going to see a whole lot. I mean, you guys have seen this crap 1,000 times, but well, what I want to do, I want to get this all a little bit better. I'm going to cross the angle. Well, true better. So, you see it? Just above the shoulder, so I need to correct that. The easiest easiest way to correct that is with heat and precise hammer blows. Well, more precise than will cause it. But if you try to do that cold, you're going to struggle to a degree. So more heat will make that a lot easier to do. But you know, sometimes it's harder to see at a higher heat. So notice I did not bring it out. Okay. So I was watching Brian Brazil's video where he did a calla lily recently. I thought, I need to get back to trying that. I kind of stopped for a while. I think mostly because I sucked at it, and then I realized I'll never get better if I just stop. Right. I wish I could see. Let me try something real quick. Before I'm not gonna. That's a pretty decent shot, I think. What do you guys think? I like it anyways. I'm gonna darken this lens a hair. I'm not. That's the wrong one. Let me darken it a little bit. That might help with the heat. We'll see. We'll see. Oh yeah, look at that, baby. A little more heat though, a little more heat. A little more heat's in there. I could have taken those corners down at that heat, would have been fine, but I want to do more, and really I find that thickness for me, it's just easier to throw a little heat on it. I don't need a lot of heat though, just more heat. How about that? Low heat. I'm gonna come in here and want to leave a good portion of this fairly rough, but towards the end I'll smooth it up. You had to step away from. Well, we turned on the induction forge for a second, just for you, Roy. No, I'm kidding. But I was playing with the camera angles, so you guys let me know which ones you prefer. I did engage the filter a little bit to kind of put some shade on there, so it's not blowing out the camera as much. It's still doing it because it's a single light source. It's pretty bright, so it looks a lot brighter when I bring it out than it really is. Like I mean, it's hot enough to do what I want to do, but trust me, it is not that hot though. It ain't that. I'm just gonna round this up a little bit. I'm not going for perfect round. I'm not going for perfect smooth. I'll worry about that. Actually, I'm not gonna worry about this because this is gonna be an element that I screwed up. This is gonna be an element for a forge belt to sculpt later on. If I were doing a keychain or something like that, then I would smooth this section up where it's gonna get rounded up. I would smooth that up just because I think it looks better. And it bends more evenly without kinking as much. A little texture there. I think it's a good thing. Now, I used to spend a lot of time trying to clean these up and make them look perfect. I can't say that I ever got there. But I do do a gradient style of it. One of the things early on that I was, I don't know, decent at. So what will happen is I'm gonna cut this off. You know what I don't have over here is a hot cut. Let me go grab one real quick. Put this on the top of the fire. But I don't want this hot cut. I want this hot cut. Yeah. This is the one. I made this one too. I mean, it fits many, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off, I don't know, just maybe half an inch or so here, or maybe 3/4 of an inch. And then as I get multiple pieces together, do I have one over here? I do not. I have some pieces. What I'll do is I'll forge weld them together, and I want to do a forge welded bundle sculpture type thing. Brian recently did one on his channel. Check it out. He's got a lot of pieces in his. I'm not going to do that many pieces. But I was thinking, I think the last one I did only had like 4 or 5 total. I'd like to do a little bit more than that. I haven't decided on like maybe 7 or maybe 7. I don't know. I also have an idea. I want to play with some of the scrolling stuff. Roy has inspired me, which is to say I've never been one to go after scroll work a whole lot. But some of the stuff I saw him do recently, I thought, man, I need to get more into that. Straighten the square up a little bit. And I'll mark it. Right. So, and I'll come back and cut that off. But, I still got to make the leaf part. You know what else I don't have over here? A fuller. I don't think I have one right here. Let me go grab it. It will do. It will fuller. I made this the other day and I was not happy with it. The fuller part of it, the working end of it's fine. It was the shape of the tool itself. It just got away from me a little bit. So it's a little, the taper is just a little too long than what I typically prefer. I mean, but it works fine. So all I'll probably do is put it in the iron in a hat and give it away. Sure beat the mower blade in my opinion. Couple strays in there. So another thing I want to do. I'm not gonna do that on this one. So my wood stump is way over there. Oh, you know what I will do though is grab my brush. But I'm not that. The wood stump thing, that's just going to have to be something off screen or whatever, out of sight. So again, this isn't nearly as odd as it looks. Nice, man. Yeah, so as I was saying, Roy kind of inspired me to do this. I want to do a hook with some scrolls coming out off the top, you know, maybe 3 individual scrolls, well, 3 on each side, and then like a central element in the middle, like maybe just something as simple as the fleur-de-lis or something, I don't know. But I just wanted to play with the scrolling thing. And one of the things I was going to do tonight was I had an idea with some scrolling that I kind of want to explore a little bit. I'm not going to finish that project tonight, for sure. See how this pans out. So I'm doing something a little different for this with this quote unquote leaf. But I don't know. It's so narrow. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to pull it off. We'll see. But I need to drive that fuller, that center fuller, in a little deeper. one more pass attack. I don't know about no old man's. Old people aren't allowed in my shop. Ken Foster. Got the cabin, or the forge down to the cabin. Very nice, very nice. I can't give you too much forge welding advice because I just don't really do a lot of it. Bill Corey can. Roy can. Or do I just leave it like that? I'm kind of liking it. It's just different enough. You know, I think I'm going to leave it like this. I think I'm going to leave it. I kind of like it. It's just different enough that it tickles my funny bone. I like to do weird stuff every once in a while. Yeah, I do. I mean, there's explore and experiment, man. You never know what you come up with. You might find something. You might look at this thing and I might look at this thing in a few months and be like, what the hell was I thinking? Or one day I might look at it and go, man, that was pretty cool. Ooh. Now what I could do is chisel in down the side a little bit. Ooh. Just slap it in the induction board real quick. Did you guys hear that? That was Roy screaming and running out of the room. Okay. I think I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to leave that alone. Let me add some light into this situation. There we go. I like it. So I'm going to cut that off where I marked it. Hopefully not at the stem by heat, which I have been known to do. We don't need to talk about that. Get out of here, cigar. Get out of here. But I do need, and I brought them in, where I put them. I'm going to get trades. There's one. Got to stay hydrated, y'all. Now I think for cutting, I think that view is a better view. It's blinking. I don't know what's causing that. I don't know if you guys are seeing the blinking, but I'm seeing it, and it's been driving me nuts, and I haven't figured it out. The only thing I can think is the power supply on that thing is getting wonky. I don't use batteries, so maybe that's the universe telling me I should switch to bigger like battery packs or something. But yeah, man, I can't remember to charge my damn microphones. How am I going to remember that? Oh, I was looking for this earlier. Sitting there staring at me the whole time. Look, y'all, everything but what I want to cut is hot. Because I'm so worried about this thing trying to burn the stem off. Put some of that Coke into that fire. Getting a little weak. Just a bit of lag. Okay, so the lag thing, I'm pretty sure I've narrowed that down to OBS. So, I mean, that's not the heat I want. That's the heat I'm going to at least finish marking it. Set my party back down in there. Rotate. See my line come around. Hopefully keep it somewhat straight and square. Not sliding off with the tool. Thank you. There we go. So see that. Then I get more around here, get it hot, and actually cut it off. When I get to like these things, I get, because I've burnt so many of them off, I get really cautious in the fire, I've noticed. Because I think that's cool. I want to actually use that for something at some point. So I would much rather take 3 heats to cut that than burn the damn thing off and try to cut it in one. By the way, it's 1/2 inch. It's easy to cut that in one at a good heat. And it's something I think even Roy has preached about before. You know, getting something done in one heat is great, minus the fact that if you could have made it look even better, taking your time and taking 3 or 4 heats. To do it, you know, there are times when, especially when you're trying to do this for a living and mass produce a bunch of tools, for instance, then yeah, you know, you want to try to minimize your heats while still producing a good looking tool. does that compare to an anvil devil? What in the world is an anvil devil? I do not know what that is, man. Now, that piece is hot and it's sitting there on the floor. Now, I'm in a dirt shop. That's not that big a deal, but if there are other people in your shop, you know, don't leave stuff like that laying around on the floor. You got to think of the women and the children running around barefoot in your shop. Do some damage. So I'm going to take that. I'm happy with that cut. Enough material there to forge weld onto another piece. So I'm going to lay this over here in hopes that I don't forget that I've laid it over there. And in 3 days from now, I'll be like, huh, what did I do with all those pieces? So now that this end is a little bit more less wonky, I'm going to try to do the original leaf that I was planning to do. And in the process of this getting hot, yeah, I agree. One heat is definitely not a metric you should be shooting for, especially if you're starting out. Focus on the fundamentals and getting the thing done, and getting the thing done right. Not what I'm looking for. Okay, before I burn this, let me pull this out. Oh, I'm looking for a different fuller. So let's just gonna leave it up on top of the fire so it stays warm and then completely cool off while I proceed with my hunt for my fuller that I want to use versus the one I did not want to use. That's a chisel. Dang it. Finding everything but what I'm looking for. That's awesome. It's basically the story of my life in this shop. Hence, my need to clean it. So, I'm going to put this, because I do need this, not for what I'm doing, but it's nice to have something as a pointer. And camera, so you can see me. Well, at least until I walk over here. That folder, because I don't feel like looking for the other ones. I've got a couple, but they're not like, I think since going to Ohio for the Warriors Way Fund, it's probably in one of my boxes. Sort of a triangular piece that does not fit in the hardy pointy side up for cutting. So it'd be like a cold cut chisel. Is that what you're thinking? When I think of at least a triangular style bevel on the cutting end, that's what I think of as a cold cut. This is definitely a hot cut. This is not hardened. It's 4140, not hardened. It dings up pretty easily if you're not careful. But otherwise, as long as your material is hot, the operative word being hot cut, As long as your material is hot, though, it cuts really well. So, I mean, obviously you're not doing any cold cutting or cold marking with it. Now, you can mark with it at a low red heat, no problems typically, especially with mild. But, you know, it's easier to do things hot. There's a time when you need to mark cold, I get it. But if you don't need to, don't. So we're going to get this piece. Which camera are we at? We're going to try this one again. Yeah. We're going to forge a much shorter paper on this one. I'm going to extend that up a little more, I think. I want a little bit bigger than that. No picture on Twitch, but you got volume or audio. It's interesting. I don't know what would cause that. It says it's streaming. Interesting. So I'm going to extend that up a little bit. Short taper on that. That's what I was shooting for. Yeah, I can't. I don't know what's going on with Twitch, man. I wish I could say, but I don't know. So I appreciate the heads up, but unfortunately, it's just not something I can really do anything about right this moment. I mean, the buttons that are supposed to be clicked have been clicked. So yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where it just kind of, Hey, you got to say to us new folks when you swap hammer faces from round to flat. Oh, well, you know what? That's a good point, man. That's a good point. When I'm really not trying to move the material much, I will switch to the flat face. So I wasn't really trying to extend that taper a lot. So a round face is definitely going to push it out more. So that's why I switched to the flat face. And at this point, I'm just trying to round up. Plus, it's planishing at this point. So, cleaning this up a little bit. Really not trying to move a lot of material out there. Just kind of rough rounding, extending the length of what I'm going to use for this leaf-in. from here on out, at least for the majority of what I'll be doing now. But I will try to remember to call out when I'm swapping faces, because that's a very good point, man. I struggled with that with Brian a lot of times, you know, in his older videos, and I didn't realize, you know, and I'd have to watch him, and you know, those older videos are really kind of hard to see which face he actually is using. Every once in a while, he would definitely say, because he caught himself using the wrong side. So that was how I knew. But you know, you really have to pay attention to the video. Otherwise, the Anvil Devil Rod was a high carbon, high alloy steel triangle piece that was about 2 inches long. You set on your anvil instead of using a hot cut. Oh, okay. See, now I can tell you already, Randy McDaniels will tell you that's a hot cut Hardy. That's it. You can't be called any other thing. Anything that goes in there is a hot cut Hardy. I got into a big argument with somebody on Facebook about that once. It's pretty hilarious. So I'm going to come up where my rounding starts and stops. Right there. So, round face. You do a lot more work. You actually do a half face blow versus 3/4 on off. But get a good shoulder. Focus on getting a good shoulder, an even shoulder. Then work about working it down. And I don't know if you noticed mine, the leaf end had a little bit of a bend to it, and I'm using that to my advantage. I'm letting that tip point up in the fire. So that way it's not prone to get as hot and potentially burn off. And I burnt off a few, let me tell you. Yeah, I could just tell you from as far as for, you know, how does it compare, and I've never used one either, but I can just already tell you, because I understand the geometry of these particular hot cuts too. So just because it's a triangle, and if it's depending on the angle of said triangle, but depending on the fact that it's a triangle, once you start getting to a certain point while cutting, what's happening is that the sides are going to start trying to push material out of the way, and you're not actually cutting anymore as much as moving material out of your way until you can get back to a cutting plane again. The same will be true for these hot cuts. This is why I prefer thinner ones, because if you're working down a big heavy piece, if you leave them thick, it's got to move that material out of the way so that the cutting edge can get back down into the cutting plane to do any work. Now there's a trade-off there, right? You gotta kind of find that sweet spot where there's too thin, but you know, it's just one of those things that I think you just really kind of got to play with. I'm gonna keep it locked into the edge here. Let me just let this down. Work my way up a little bit. I'm gonna take my hammer. Using it more like a cross beam at this point. You can see that, I don't know how well that shows up. So by tilting my hammer, I'm actually using that more like a cross beam. And I'm almost where I want to be with this one, so I'm going to set down the shoulders there. Get it hot again. And again, I'm leaving this kind of bent in the orientation it is, and I'll put it in the fire like this, so this is sticking up a little bit. And use that to my advantage. It helped me from burning the tip off, which I'm great at doing. But yeah, I don't. You guys can't really see it. I was kind of trying to demonstrate there, but Roy knows what I'm saying. But if you've got a cutting tool that's shaped like that, right? So once you get down to the first knuckle on a piece of, let's say, 1 inch, you know, it's got to push. That's pushing that out. It's got to move that out of the way so the cutting edge can get down to the cutting plane. And the same is true for these if they're too thick. It could be a problem. But with a triangle shape, that can be even more of an issue, I would think. It depends on, again, the angles that are being used. I've seen some other styles that I'm not a fan of. My preferred is the rounded style. It doesn't necessarily have to be the Brian Brazil style, but in that style, the shape, that seashell or whatever you call it. So I'm gonna do easy way to remember this. All right, you want your, I'll get this hot again. Get my pointer out. Switch to the right camera. So an easy way to remember this, right? You want these shoulders to be opposed to one another on this side. So where I'm at now, I would need to turn here and then here. So an easy way to remember this, shoulders up. Shoulders up as you're working this. Why is that important? Right now on this particular piece, it's not nearly as important right now because I'm already across the angle. But had I got down here, the reason that would be important, or if I'm on a longer or wider faced angle, let me see if I can get something to demonstrate that, and I'll show you why that's important, why that matters. Here, I got something. I'll go grab it real quick. Because I literally just stick it out of my way about an hour ago. I think most folks would consider this a narrow-faced anvil versus what I'm currently using. Which definitely is narrow-faced because it's only 2 inches. This is a 3-inch piece of square tubing. But as you can see, right, I'm not across the anvil right now, even if I were to set my shoulders there. So the reason this is a problem is if you have a shoulder here in the way and you're working on that shoulder too, you're going to have, your piece is going to be bowed all the time. Or you're going to be forging on your shoulders, which is no bueno. So anytime this is sticking up in the air, no matter which direction you turn it, all you're doing is flexing it. Well, guess what's going to happen if you flex it enough? You're going to break it. Just like a coat hanger, right? You know, you take a coat hanger and just keep flexing it. That's what would happen. Why that's an important thing to remember. And that doesn't matter if you're doing it. So it matters, but it doesn't matter as much if you're using the horn. It's still something you should consider. But if you're using the horn, because of the horn, you can technically decrease the face of your anvil, right, on the horn. So there are times when I'm not a big horn user for forging, but there are times I will use it because it produces, you know, a much smaller area to work through when I need it. You know, as long as, you know, but if I can get across 2 inches, then I'm usually safe. Yeah, Roy, I've got a couple of those, and I'm not a huge fan of those myself. And honestly, I will say, maybe it's because I've gotten so used to the way a rounded hot cut works. But the other thing is, for me, and now I know this is an easy fix. But man, I absolutely despise a cutting tool that's jiggly in the Hardy. Oh my God. Oh my God, man, that will drive me nuts. I keep one of these style in my truck just because of that now. Talk about, oh my gosh. Drives me nuts, man. So this is where I want it to be, right? So shoulders up. Round face still. I've gotten so used to my 5-pounder with these set downs. Does not play games, let me tell you. But I'm still going to use this to my advantage. But it's a little more bent than I'd care to see right now. But it's fine. It's keeping that end out of the fire. Yeah, I've got one. Kurt Fehrenbach made me one 2 years ago, I think. It had a hammer in it. We had it here in my shop that he demonstrated at. Oh, it's on my TV tray over there. Oh no, here it is. It's on this one. So, this it wasn't made for this. But yeah, there are times when that's really handy. But I've gotten so used to the round one that if I need a flat, and I can show you guys that. I guess a lot of people don't know that. I mean, I'm sure Roy knows, but a lot of people don't know. In fact, because I had somebody ask me about this the other day, last week, I think, why I was doing something. So I'll show you what I was doing. Let me work the stem down a little bit more. Still round face. Careful when you get to your shoulder. In many cases, I'm telling myself, by the way. Now I'm going to the flat face just to clean things up. I'm getting close to where I want to be right now. Shoulder still looks good. But what I'm seeing, right? So I'm going to take this down a little bit more. Let me take one more heat. Well, you know what? Here is a piece. Here we go. Here's a great example to work with. So, hey, talk about a failure. Failure. That was going to be. I was trying a wonky idea for a corkscrew, and that idea did not work out. Which really sucked because the overall, the punching and centering of that punch and swelling looked great, but then after I proceeded to try to get the corkscrew end of that into what would be the handle, that did not go as well as I'd hoped. There were some logistical things that I didn't think about that I should have done, and I'll revisit that project later. But there were definitely some things that I should have done that I did not. Ultimately, what it was, and I can try to show you guys real quick. The big camera. When I grab this. All right. So the idea was, pretend, can you see me? You can see me. Okay, so pretend the square side, right, was going to be a corkscrew. So what I forgot to do is put a shoulder on the other side of it. So when I went to tenon this down, there was nothing on the back side of that for this to prevent from it moving up into it, and then that's ultimately what happened. I don't know how I completely forgot to do that, but I did. And in the process, it basically completely wrecked that thing. But I'm going to show you guys something real quick with this piece of round bar while we're on the subject of cutting. Okay. So sometimes it's best to take a piece of wood, and set those. I don't always do that though. All right, so here, let's say I want this side to be flat. So what what I can do is I can come here, let's mark it all the way around. You don't have to cut to center per se, which is what I'm kind of doing right now. But now let's say I want this side to be a flat cut. What I do is I tilt this in. Now I should have started that flat cut earlier. And see, it creates more of a point on this end, which can be beneficial for your next forging. In any case, depending if you're putting a taper on the end of the bar, right? Let me put this over here. And that will clinch that other one. Look at those tongs. Clinch this off real quick and I'll show you. That should have been more. I should have started the flat. I should have tilted that back a little earlier. Right, marked it, and then start going with that tilt that I did. So no steam coming off of this, so it's cold. Good thing to know, right? And I'm gonna switch to, well, maybe you can see it. If I switch to this camera, not really so good. So I'll come over there to the big camera. So it still has a nub on the end of it, but it would take a couple of seconds to clean that up. But yeah, I get that having a flat end on one side because you wouldn't have to really deal with that as much. But like I said, on this one, I should have started that tilt right after I marked it, and this would be much less pronounced than it is. And it's not quite centered. So things to think about, but I was just really trying to show the thing that you can do. And you can do that the other way too. You can instead of, I tilted back, right? So, but you could tilt forward and it would come with the flat on this side versus this side. So, it's just learning. But again, this kind of goes back to, if it's something that you've got to do a lot of, then yeah, no, I would much rather not have to do that. But the ability to do it makes it nice, you know. But yeah, if I needed a lot, if I had a lot of ends to cut off and I needed those mostly flat, and I had to do like, to be honest, if I do like 10 of them, I would rather have the bevel on one side and the flat on the other. That way it'll just give it to me pretty easily right out of the gate. But most of the time when I cut up a piece of material, I like to cut to the center because I'm technically, in a lot of cases, I'm using the bar instead of tongs. So I don't do a lot of I don't use a lot of the other styles that much because that does 90% of what I need it to do. Hey, Brian. But like other tools, right? Yeah, a lot of people like to comment that I use a rounding hammer for almost everything, but it's not the only hammer in my rack. I have cross pins. I actually have a straight peen. The straight peen is really handy when doing ribbon scrolls because I can do 1, 2, 3 hits on the flat bar, turn it, take it back into plane, take it again, do them again, and get what I'm after. I can do that with a rounding hammer, but I ain't gonna lie, it's a whole lot easier with a straight peen. So if I'm gonna spend a day just making C scrolls, for instance, with so I had to bang out a bunch of ribbon tapers on the ends of bars, then yeah, I'm gonna use that straight peen for most of that work. To be honest, I'm gonna use my power hammer for most of that work. But yeah. You can definitely do it, with a rounding hammer. That's how I always used to do it until I got that straight peen. So it's not that you can't do it. I just, sometimes it's nice to have the right tool for the job. The same with this hot cut. I would say, for me, 90% of what I want it to do. But I have another style should I need to do something else. So where was I with this thing? I was going to mark it. And I took the damn hot cut right out. Jibber jabber. So where's that other element? I'll put it over here. So I want these to be about the same size. It's a little easier than welding them up. So I'm just setting a mark so I don't forget. I know me enough to know I will definitely forget. Get that back. Alright. So I was going to finish that stem out a little bit, but I want a little thinner than it currently is. Not a lot. So you have choices to make when you want to forge something down a little bit. If you're using a rounding hammer, right? You have some choices you can make. I don't want to forge that down much more than it is, and I know I have a tendency to hit really hard. I'm 6'3", probably 6'4" with these boots on. But I'm 6'3". When I get my hammer up and bring it down, and I tend to throw my weight into it, and I'm a fat ass. So let me tell you, that provides quite a bit of extra momentum. So instead of using the round side, I'll use the flat face. I don't really want to move a whole lot. But it'll still move, just not as much. So I'm just going to take my time, take that about where I think it's good. Now I think that's good. So I will try a little bit of a lower heat. But what I'll do, put more heat in this, and then move the rest of this bar up to that. And I'll switch cameras while I'm sitting here jibber jabbering, so you can actually see what I'm doing. Because I don't know that on the big camera, the main camera, that's what we call it, the wide angled camera. I don't know how well anything translates from the angle. I know you can see it, but there's also a camera kind of right in the road. But hey, I'm just happy to be streaming tonight, to be honest. I missed last week. We had some stuff going on that it just wasn't going to work out. There was just no way. I had time, unfortunately. I thought I did. And then I came out here, plus it was raining and it was cold. So it was like double jeopardy, man. It was brutal. So, all I want to do now is take the rest of this down. I'm not using the round face right now. I'll just get this a little closer. Back to the flat face. So I'll take it down to this. How about this? We'll try this. I can't really get this over there, right? So what I can do is try to bar this up a little bit. A little cold. I think I can do it. And it's still lighting up. I don't know if you guys can see that. A little bit, but not much. Took a little bit bigger bite. Pick it up. do the same thing. I'll round it up real quick. I don't care that it's not perfectly round. I just want to roundish, give it that quote unquote organic look. Which totally feels like a cop out every time I say that. I'm okay with that, but I will admit, I totally feel like it's like a cop out by saying that, though. It is just, it does. I don't know that will ever not feel that way to me. Like Paul Kennedy and I, we made this cantilevering hook thing for this bell that my wife has on the porch, and it was prototyping, so we weren't definitely not trying to make it pretty. And I was like, oh, on the cabin, that actually looks fun. But if you look at it now, I'm like, I don't want to. It can still be rustic and not look that beat up. Flat face button, right? I'm gonna put a little heat in this, just because it's a little easier to get inside that shoulder and do what I want to do. Another trick you can use if your the jaws of your vise close together in line, parallel together correctly. The ends of them line up. And you've got, put a slight radius on the inside of those corners, or make yourself, if they're chewed up, just go ahead and grind them with a radius. But otherwise, make yourself a set of jaw inserts to put in there with the radius on them, and you can pinch this inside the vise like a little press, and that will help clean these here up. So I'm flat face, just going to get in here, just really going to tilt it down so I can sneak up in there. So it's chewed up a little bit, so I don't mind hammer marks, but I don't want it to look like a rat is on the end of this thing. Here, clean that up a little bit. Icy cold, this is essentially planting. I'm not hitting very hard at all. It reminds me, I've had somebody ask me, clean squirt ball. But I've had somebody ask me, how do I get those pieces to look so clean? What am I doing? That's all I'm doing. Just planishing it, working it down cold. You can brush it a little bit too. This knocks a lot of that scale off. So you're not beating it into that scale. So that's what we're going to do with that. I still look at this leaf, and it's just not. I don't think it's gonna do what I want it to do. And to be honest, I might need to use this, or either upset the end of this next time. I'm not going to do that tonight, but upset the end of this next time. Or I'm going to take one more pass and clean this up a little bit. And I'm going really light. See how scaled up it is? It's going right down. Now, it's going to get to a certain heat. It's not what I thought was there. Kind of sneaking into that shoulder a little bit. Again, you can take this to the body to really clean that up. That notion, and Ed were doing a class there, fourth loaded bundle class. It was Dave that showed us the full body straight. I feel like Brian showed me that before, but I completely forgot about it. Because I just had never done one of these since the time he showed me that. So, one of those things is like, since you don't get it, you lose it kind of thing. Now that I've done a couple of these, pretty well ingrained in the old big banks. Something I think about all the time. In this ticket, sometimes I find it fun to see if I can get into that, that space and take care of that just by hammer. And it's just a fun exercise. When you've got a limited amount of time to do something, it's always not always the best time to be dicking around with stuff, So sometimes you just need to get R done. So take that damn thing over to the vise and get R done. Ah! Oh, I'm totally missed. Yep. Totally missed. So, I'm going to proceed to flatten this little leaf out. I don't think it's going to give me what I want. I really think my better options for this, there's threefold. I could upset the end of this, which for what I want to do, I think that would probably be the easiest route. The other would be to bend it onto itself and fork weld it, or use a bigger piece of stock. Yeah, I can never tell by looking at it. It's not quite what I want. Switching to the flat face. Now there's plenty of thickness in this, but it's not quite what I want. That's okay. So I will do multiple style of leaves on this. So I'll do 2 of these style, and then 2 of the other style that I want to do. So there will have, plus that little weird moon-shaped leaf. I'll do another one of these. So it'll have 6 of these leaves in total. So I'll do another one of these. Meanwhile, round face. I'm trying to get this in the middle. I'm doing a very good job of that, by the way. Stay away from the end. Check my thicknesses. That's gonna matter here in a little bit. Now I could use a cross peen for what I'm about to do. I could have used a cross peen for that. But I'm not gonna, just to prove a point. I can do that while we're rounding here. You know what? You guys have seen that a bajillion times, but you don't see often. Drop swinging cross beam. So I've got here nice fat Jonathan Pinkston crossbeam. And I'll just use that. How about that? How about them apples, Robs? Maybe I should do a stream where I just use like a tiny, for me, a small crossbeam the whole time. I'll break out my little Brent Bailey hammer. And that's all I use that entire night. That would be kind of funny, right? But I'll use a crossbeam for this. Still plenty thick. Plenty thick. Now I am going to switch back to my rounding hammer for what I want to do next. But there you go. I'll use this as a cross beam. That's why you better call CNN. Just got to keep an eye on this. I'm going to sneak over here. Grab my PPE, protects me from this dangerous coal smoke. This is it heat. Put that there. So now what I want to do is I want to round side. So working this down. You can do this with a crossbeam. I'm just more comfortable using my rounding hammer for this. But you can do the same thing that I'm doing right now. You can use the crossbeam to do this. I used to be able to use a crossbeam to do that. Let's see if I can still do that. Why talk about it, Rob, when you can just do it? Right? Shut up and show us. I'm going to switch to my big crossbeam. And Tavora made that for me, oh gosh, 4 years ago now, maybe 5. So I got this from him. He was down in Brazil, and I messaged him one night, and boom, a week later I had it. I like his work. He makes good hammers, beautiful hammers, good stuff, man. He's a good dude to boot. So, let's see. So I'm trying to stay off the center of this. I want to raise that center line up. See how quick that took that down? So, I've also been wanting to play around with that, what do they call that? Fold forming or form? Yeah, fold form technique. I want to play around with that a little bit. I had meant to do that once and I kind of completely like spaced it. That center. Building that up. And I might need to switch to a smaller crossbeam to pull this off now. luckily. I have one of those. Okay. Getting there. It's getting there. Does adding a heated bar to your forge really help? No. I mean, yeah, maybe. If you're working on the world's smallest anvil, see, you got to think about the equation in there, right? Your forge welding. How hot is that? What, 2200 degrees? And you're going to heat your anvil up to what? Maybe 250, 350 degrees? Maybe? Maybe? You start exceeding that, you're going to start ruining the temper of your anvil. So, what? There's a 2,000 degree variance almost there. Do you really think that's going to make any difference? It is not. I know a guy that forge welded on a block of ice. You can go watch that on YouTube. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. All I'm really trying to do is define this middle part, right? Really make it pronounced. But I don't need to make it too pronounced because when I go to set this down, that's actually going to pop up quite a bit. So I'll show you something right quick, not with this leaf, but well, you know, I can show you with the leaf. So if you do this, can you guys see that? See the heat being pulled away from it? Don't do that. Why would you do that? If you're forge welding. If you're forge welding, you should come out at most, if you gotta rest it on a corner, right? Away from your heat, if you have to, right? Or on the round, on the edge, rest it on that edge until you're ready, right? So let's say I was wanting to, this is a bad example of the piece I'm using, but let's say I wanted to forge weld, and I would do it this way, but I wanted to forge weld something on the end of this. When I came out, what I would do is I would have my hammer ready to go. I would come out if I needed to position things, and then set this down, come over. It would be a longer bar than this, by the way. It would be around more. But, let's see. Do I have a piece of square up here? I can show you that. Square-ish. I have a square-ish thing. No, that's way too big. That's way too big, Rob. I wouldn't be able to hold it up there. Here we go. So let's say I wanted to forge weld these two together, right? And it was a smaller piece, though. But let's say when I came out and these were hot, I would position it like this before I was ready to go, and then set it down, right? But keep it off the anvil until you're ready to actually do the work. This one would be this way, so I'm not getting in the way of my own way. So then you would want to practice a couple times. And that bar is way too long, right? Then you just hold that down and take a weld. Another way you can do it is get them screaming hot. You take it to the vise, and sometimes you can set it. Iron Mountain Flux will definitely make that easy. But typically, you wouldn't use two pieces like that unless you had, I mean, if you're going to do that. It can be done, but it's, at that point, you're almost better off sitting them on top of each other. But don't put your steel up on the anvil like that. When you're ready to weld, then set it down. But until you're ready, keep it off of there. You don't want to bury your hot material on the anvil, no matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter what you're doing there. If you come out and you do this, all that's going to do is suck the heat out of that. It doesn't matter how much you preheat this anvil. That is the delta between 250 degrees and 2,000 degrees. You're never going to get your anvil hot enough to not really notice that. People that tell you that they can see that difference are full of shit. Period. They are full of shit. I will say that right now. They are full of shit. Now, is it one thing to maybe take it from 10 degrees, maybe up to 80? I still don't buy that you're going to see a difference, but, I mean, that just might help, but you could do that making a few leaves. You could do that just making a few leaves. Yeah, like when we're forging hammers, when we're punching a billet, right? Like, let me grab a piece, and I'll show you what we're talking about. You don't ever want to just bury your material down on the anvil like that, because all you're going to do is lose your heat. So people are actually often kind of surprised how long we are able to forge on a hammer billet right? So, good practice. Not that I always do this, by the way, but a good practice when you're punching. So when we're punching a billet, let's pretend that's the punch. But we'll punch, hit, well, not that. So we'll hit it, right? And we'll turn, boom. But anytime that we're not doing anything, get that off the anvil. And you'll see a lot of times, either it's completely off the anvil, or you'll see this, where it's tilted up, just on the corners. So that helps prevent losing your heat. But it's the same thing that you would do when you're welding. You don't want to bury that material down on the anvil until you are ready to work, until you are ready to strike. That's the only time that you really want to bear down, is when you're ready to bang and set that weld. You get that piece off of there. Where I watch knife guys do it all the time, though. Where they come out, and here's a piece. They'll come out, boom, and then they'll stick it. The whole time they're bearing down on that piece. So it's just losing heat. And it doesn't matter if you're welding it, it doesn't matter if you're forging it, if you bear down on material like that, it's just a heat sink. It doesn't matter what temperature this is. This could be 600 degrees. It's still going to suck heat right out of your piece. Why? Because they're going to try and equalize. So this being hotter, that nut is going to start sucking the heat down and trying to equalize them. So it's still going to lose heat. The only time that's not going to be something that is unless this thing is as hot as the thing that you're putting out there, right? Or just a few hundred degrees below it, not a few thousand degrees below it. When you're a few thousand degrees, none of that variance is in the thousands, there's not. Okay. Now here, think about this. All right. So, and I've seen these guys do this, argue this. And these are the same guys with 600-pound anvils. How much freaking heat are you throwing at your anvil to get it up to a temperature that you're not going to notice on a 600-pound anvil? Really? Are you sitting there for 4 hours heating up your anvil before you even get started? The difference is so minute. You're probably looking at a nanosecond difference. That will buy you nothing. Nothing. Proper planning and knowing what you're planning to do when you come out before you bear this down will buy you far more force time than any amount of preheating will, and the same is true for that. Starting to get a lot more definition on this side. Nice crisp edge. And I'm trying to keep it in line with the stem. And I'm going to push it over more. So this is eventually going to move up, ideally, in line with the stem itself. But I ain't there yet. Got some more work to do. But yeah, I'm a curmudgeon, if you will, when it comes to the preheating anvil thing. But I'll tell you what, you know, a lot of any hobby really, it doesn't matter if it's woodworking, blacksmithing, blah, 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 working on your car, I think they all have their own, I don't know, rituals, right? So if those things help you perform whatever it is that you think you need to perform, then I'm not against it. What I'm against is telling people that it's something that you have to do. Not that you did that, I'm just saying, I've seen it. You know, where people talk about it's something you have to do, or is it something you're supposed to do? Well, no, maybe in the cult of what the fuckism, that's what you guys do. I don't know. I do not. So, you know, there are certain truths to forging that are inescapable. That is not one of them. Right? That's just, there's just certain things. It doesn't matter. You can't, there's certain things you just can't do. It's just the way of the steel, right? It's the mystery of steel, I suppose. The riddle of steel. Right? There's certain things that you can't, it's an inescapable truth, and it's not just steel. I think it's true for most any plasticine material, right, that you're working. So, can you see? I don't know how well that comes out on the camera, especially with me moving it all over the place like I am. That's not. Let's try this camera. So you see that how it follows my stem. Well, other than the fact that my stem's all wonky right now. That's what I'm shooting for. But now I've got a couple of flats that I don't like, so I'm going to work on taking care of that now. Just kind of like something came along and trimmed that leaf, man. And I'm going to stick with this particular crossbeam because I kind of like the marks it's leaving. Yeah, I need a Jess in the shop. There was an auction with a robot arm in it the other day. Maybe I could get that damn thing and teach it how to do some stuff. What I just did came across very well in the video. What I did, you don't have to do this, by the way. You're good. You don't have to do this. What I did is I rolled the edge up, so it was exposing very little of this end, which allowed me to pull out just that little bit, so to give it that round back instead of that this straight separator. So that's what I was doing. I was tilting it like this, just exposing the very end being here. That is something I figured out on my own one day. I was struggling with just getting my hammer there. I've seen people do it without doing that, by the way. I was struggling and I couldn't figure out how to get there. And one day I thought to myself, well, I only want to hit this little area. Why don't I only expose that little area, and I'm far less likely to hit everything else in the process. So that was what I started doing. So I'm just going to come through here, try to clean this up a little bit. And I'll do the same thing on the other side. The other side doesn't need as much cleanup. And then now what I got to do is switch to the point and get that. So it's still a little flat right here. That's better, I can live with that. But now I need to catch this end. And I really only get one good shot at this end because it's so small. Now, so I'm not going to put too much heat on it because I don't want to burn it off. And I want to be able to see what I'm doing. As far as like the hits go in here, right? I'm very limited on my mistakes right through here. So that's the one trick to working small material. A lot of people think that smaller material is easier to work. And in some ways it is, but you're very limited on the number of mistakes that you're allowed. Where a bigger piece, you have more opportunity, you have more mass there to move back around. On a small piece, that gets very difficult to do. So I'm tasting dinner now. Brush it down. So the shoulders weren't perfect, right? So my wife gives me grief for this all the time. The shoulders aren't perfect, but they're pretty damn close. I'm happy with this leaf, but I always look at stuff like this and go, okay, well, I could have done that a little bit better. I know I can. So those shoulders could have lined up much better than they are currently, but it will do the thing, and I'm okay with that. I'm going to leave it at that. So now, oh, geez, do I really? I'm going to do. I'm sorry, Roy, but I'm doing the thing, dude. Simply because my stump is right next to the induction forge, and it's far easier to take this to the induction forge versus. It's far easier to take this to the induction forge and use the stump right there than trying to drag that damn stump over here. So all I'm gonna do is take this ball peen and I'm gonna put this on a stump and I'm just gonna, you can use a ball fuller to do the same thing. I just like using the ball peen. Keeps my hand off the fire. Not that that's really a big deal, but it does the thing. I will switch to this camera. You're not really gonna see what I'm doing. But I'm going to move my little oil can that I use for quenching out of the way. And I'm not putting it back on the ground because one day I caught on my security camera, I caught one of our dogs, luckily he was too small, trying to pee in it. Turd. So I'm going to kick up Roy's favorite machine. Got a couple of wrinkles in there I need to fix. Oh, I just now noticed that, so let me fix that. I'm gonna put a little heat on this to brush it. Now, you know what? I don't even think I need to be honest. And you can see, well, maybe I can see it. But you can see the ridge in there, or the but I don't like the direction. I would prefer that was on that way. So we'll heat that up enough to do that right here at the coal forge. Hey Kevin, hey Thomas. So, oh yeah, it helps to turn the blower back up. Dirt to dirt. Hey, who knew? Fuel needs oxygen and then you have fire. I'll be late to the 418 meet, but I will be around. What is the 418 meet? What? Meet. I am confused. I don't know. I don't know if that's meant to be for me that you're saying that too. And if you are, I might be in trouble because I have no idea. I have no idea what wheat that would be. I don't want a lot here. Well, yeah, like that. That's what I wanted. That thing got thin. This one. Now I'm going to hit the bar up and just straighten it up a little bit. So when I go to forge weld this, that'll be a lot easier to deal with. A whole lot easier to deal with. And Brian, if you haven't seen the videos, Brian has actually done, one, two, three, I think three videos in a row on forge welding, these style of elements or so on and so forth. Well, that would be 518, but he had 518 in there. Yeah, it was the wrong date, but not 418 unless Ken is hitting the wrong numbers. But yes, if you're going to be at the Hammer Inn, Ken, at my shop, that is May 17th, not the 18th as listed in the newsletter, or I think it was just the newsletter. Zach has since been fired. So no, he just, sometimes typos happen. Hey man, we're not like we're getting paid for this job. But yeah, my Hammer Inn is also, it is not in New Albany, Indiana. It is in Albany, Indiana on May 17th. I don't need it perfectly straight. I just didn't want it to be a snake. Now I just gotta cut it off. Sometimes with me, that's easier said than done. But yeah, May 17th, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning, you're more than welcome to come out the night before and camp out here on my property. I've got about 5 acres of wooded property, well, mostly woods. So if you want to camp out, I would just prefer that you let me know. There is no electric hookup. Somebody asked me about electric hookups. There ain't none of that. You're going to be getting your primitive on. Whenever we're talking tent, hammock, tarp, whatever, you can do those things. We are usually up the night before the actual Hammer Inn, out here forging the night before, all night long. So you're more than welcome to come out early if you have any plans of doing so. You don't have to. I'm not going to be offended one way or the other. But the actual Hammer Inn starts on May 17th at 9 o'clock in the morning. We're going to do hamburgers, hot dogs, and brats. So if you want to pitch in for lunch, bring a side or a dessert. Also bring your favorite beverages to drink. All I'm supplying here is water, bottled water, and obviously the hamburgers, brats, and hot dogs. But any sides, any beverages that you prefer, we do have seats here. They're like mostly those steel fold-out chairs. They're not the most comfortable things to sit in. So I would highly suggest you bring your favorite chair to sit in. You'll be more comfortable. You know, feel free to leave it, and I will claim it as my own. No, I try not to do that, but I'd like to get everybody's stuff back. Well, we can. Sometimes, you know, it's not always possible. So I get that, but yeah, you know, we're gonna have Charlie Ellis. Oh, if I could speak. Charlie Ellis is going to be demonstrating for us. He is the forge master for the Cole School of Iron over at Cole Ironworks. They have a school. Well, I can't talk now. Yeah, if you want to bring your recliner, Kevin, man, go for it. Feel free to leave it behind. Brian would probably appreciate that, because we had to dispose of the last one. It had become a critter hangout. The critters were like, "Oh, Brian Brazil slept in this recliner? It's ours now. We're taking it." I have a really good picture of Ed sleeping in that recliner. It's like after lunch one day or something. And he totally passed out in that recliner. Just like the animal. If you bear down on your hot cut like I've been doing, it's just going to suck the heat right out of that. Remember, it took me 2 heats last time to cut to this. It's not going to take me 2 heats. I'm going to do plenty fine this time. Brought to you by Ingersoll Rand and Martin Air Compressors. Hashtag not sponsored. Okay, so those are done, those 2 leaves. I off screen, I will make another one of these. You can't, it's this guy. Here, I'll show you. For those that didn't see it earlier. I'll make another one of these. That could be like ears for something, right? Like little gargoyle ears or something. I don't know. You know, you can just like leave a little bit of this on there, make it a little bit smaller, and then drill or whatever into the sides, and then put these in, and then stake it in there. That's something you can do with that, something like that. You can make that like wings if you wanted to. You can still fold it in along the edges here. I just thought it was kind of cool. I'll make another one of these, and then another one like I just did later. And 4 pieces that I want. The other couple of pieces, I have an idea for that I want to do, but that is going to require a little cheating. That will require a little cheating because Hall has a really cool little power hammer tool that puts like these little balls, like 3 little balls, different sized balls on the end of a bar, kind of like a little berry cluster or something. It's pretty cool. So I was like, oh, that would be pretty neat to add one of those to the sculpture. So I might do that one day, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. But meanwhile, I also wanted to do something else tonight, so we'll see if I can pull it off. But I need a couple of things. I know I have some, but I thought I had a piece over here. But I do not see it now. So I must have done something crazy, like put it away. Oh, here it is. This is not going to be, oh my, I had no big plans for this guy. It's just got like a little horse head on the end of it that I didn't finish because I didn't have small enough tools to really pull it off. I'll show you on the, but it's, am I on the camera? No camera. Which one are we? There we go. That little guy. But I don't think I need to do much with this. But I want to put a ribbon on the end of this bar. Ribbon taper. Well, it's got a pretty sharp burr on here, so let me file that off. Hey, look, you can see the lights now. And I just want to take, there's a sharp burr on the end of this. Gonna need this. Figure out the best orientation for this. I think it's gonna be this way because this is gonna get in the way otherwise. Hell, it still might. Now you can do this. You can bend this 1/4 inch. This is shear stock, so that doesn't work so well on this. But if you have actual hot rolled 1/4 by 1/2, you can bend this around as long as you don't lose the tension on it. You're going to keep tension on it the whole way around. You can bend that cold and it's fine. But being this shear stock, it does not do that well. Hey, I was talking all that smack about my handy dandy straight peen. Let me go get it. Take it easy, guys. Those that are bouncing. I'm gonna switch to that camera. Safety Sam called. I left down in there. Get that out. So what I'm doing right now, the progression that I'm using to put this ribbon taper on the bar is not really that crucial, other than it doesn't need to be more than 1.5 inches long, to tops. That's a bit much, honestly. So I'm going to come over here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 3. Hot again. Taking my time, and then I'll just focus on the very end of that to finish that. Well, it's getting a little chilly, I've noticed, after I stepped away from the fire. We'll get that end hot and finish that off. It doesn't need a lot. I mean, well, I could put more on it. I suppose I could put more on it. It doesn't matter. Here, let's do it. Let's do that. Fishtail scroll was a little out of plane, so I'm just going to take one more quick heat to clean everything up. And then I need to locate my bicycle grips. Now see them. And then again, I'm just taking the lighter heat. Putting up on the top of the fire, I don't need it screaming hot. I just need it hot to get this first part of the scroll started. I had, there they are. It's best to grind these flat if you're going to use them for this. Take these teeth out. More than that hot. About, I don't know, maybe 6 inches or so. So I'm gonna, already on that camera, I'm gonna line this up. Alright. No, right there. And this is not ready to go. That would have helped. Got a decent pair of scrolling tongs. You can do that with those too. And just try to keep tension the whole way. That's as far as I need to go right now. See, that's locked in. And I'm going to quench this off, but right after I kind of make sure everything's in line, which it looks like it is, just to be sure. Now I'm going to get the rest of this hot, and I'm going to use my super duper Bill Corey tongs for this. So this is for a completely different idea I have for my mailbox. Gatorade Aholic. Again, I don't need this blistering hot to do what I'm wanting to do. Now, if you're doing, with this particular jig, if you're doing C-scrolls, when you're doing them hot, you want to cool them on that jig because they'll still want to move on you when they're hot. Cool them off first before you take it off the jig. Just a little water on a mop will get the job done. I'm going to put that mop on my piece right here so I don't scorch myself. And as I come out, I'm going to quench this end off so it doesn't unfold on me when I come around. So as I come around this, it'll lock into place. See that? And then again, it's not where I want it to be. See, there was enough heat up there. Not a big deal, but I can put heat up there relatively quickly. I could do it with induction forge. And I have some bending forks, wrench, whatever you want to call it. That's better. That's better. To help squeeze that in there where it's supposed to be. But, so like right there, it's not wanting to. Well, I thought I had them over here. So let's get this hot again. Rob not prepared. Story of his life. Just like that. Let that do its thing. What the hell? Well, poopies. None of them are where they're supposed to be. All the pokes. Huh. This is, I can make that work. So, redo this clinch down here though. Okay. Gotta get this to lock in. A little bit better this time. This particular bending wrench that I've got, it's a little big for this particular jig, and I have a different one that I was trying to use. That is not. Okay, I need to bump it, I guess, or straighten this back up and try it again, which I think is what I'm just going to do. This is really just to see if this will give me what I want. Also, not the jig I wanted to use, but it's the jig I'm using now. Now I realize it's the end of it. But this is why we do test pieces, right? Why I do it. While that's heating up, let's see if I can find the actual, which I usually keep right here. But clearly I did not put it back where it's supposed to go. Look over here and make sure I tell you, when there's a bright light shining in your face, it's hard to see stuff. What did I do that time? I'll bet money I've done hung it up in the wrong spot. That sounds like something I would do. And I'll walk around this shop for 2 days before I find it. Two whole days. try that again. Less dum-dum move. There we go. Brush the brush while I'm here. Usually those bending forks are hanging right here, so I don't know what I've done with them. I mean, as you can see, I technically don't need them, but boy, do they sure make things easier. Now, I would prefer not to release the tension on this yet, because this is still hot and it's going to give a little bit, which is fine. It's mostly a test piece. It's not fitment either. It's not like a fitment thing. It's mostly to see, do I like the way it looks? So what I'm going to do, clamp this right here. Yeah, I definitely agree there. So I'm just cooling it off. That way it doesn't try to spring back on me. You know, too much. A little bit's fine. Now, if I was going for a very specific, like if I was doing touching C-scrolls with this jig, I would definitely make sure it's cold before I pull it off of this. And I would make sure, like there's a little bit of a gap right there, but it's very minor. Like if I were wanting the touching C-scrolls, that would not be acceptable. I would have my bending fork ready if I was actually doing a bunch of these. I should have had it ready in the first place, to be honest, but I'll have to find it now. You see, I took that off. It didn't try to come off of there. So roll that off. Where that's at, it still needs to come around. I don't know if these tongs are going to be, excuse me, pardon me. I don't know if these particular tongs are going to be the right call here. So we'll find out. Bill Corey made these, not for this particular application either. I have a different pair that might actually work better for this. Too small, so flat bit tongs it is. these will do the job, just handy dandy. Gonna heat up more of this. Man, if I was using an induction forge, I'd be done by now. Truth be told, if I had my bending forks, my bending wrench, I'd probably be done. Actually, be done by now. Don't know. I mean, I used them last week. I don't know what I did with them. Rob, what were you thinking, man? You weren't. You weren't. You should have put your tools back. Always put your tools back. Otherwise, it'll be like me. Fumbling around in your shop going, what in the world did I do with that? Here we are. Here we are. Let the fumbling begin. Now, there's a slight twist, or not twist, kind of spirally thing going on with this, but that's relatively easy to fix. But I'm not too worried about that right now. I do need to make some bent knee tongs, honestly. I was talking about that with somebody, I think like a couple of weeks ago. I definitely do need to do that. And I have a couple of projects in mind already that's going to be a little bit more scroll intensive. And I want to make a couple of scrolling jigs to go along with that project as well, outside of the ones I have. Trying to get more of a even heat on this. Even in there? Even in there. Holy moly. I'm way on the wrong side of the universe. Here we go. Finish this little spot right here up a little bit better. I'm not too thrilled with that, but I'm already seeing that this is going to be bigger than I really want. And then I'll show you what I'm trying to do over here. That'll be enough of a thing. Let me quench it off. But I can already tell, so I need to make a smaller one for what I'm thinking. So that is this week's project. This weekend's project, I mean. guess. So, and I haven't decided, but I'm thinking what I want to do here. Let me cut this off because this has, so this was going to be a handle for a tool or a toolbox that a buddy of mine made for me. And I was really lucky. Yeah, I thought I had to make two. I only have to make one. So I don't even have to make a match. It'll be great. Yeah, I definitely need those bent knee tongues. Would be so handy. Like I said, we were talking about that a while back, and I need to make some more scrolling wrenches as well in different sizes. I really only have 3 sizes right now. And the one that I was looking for is sized for that style, that jig and 1/4-inch material going around it. It works great for that one. The other one I have it works much better on a big circle. Is really what it's for. It's to do big circles. You know, once you kind of come around with it, you can just clamp it as you go. Yeah, there we go. Looking good. That fire's looking good. This over here. I'll hang this back up. The device is where this should live. Did I make this one? I don't remember. No, Jonathan Pinkston made this one. And then I've got one I bought from Blacksmith's Depot or something like that. I forget. Supply. I don't think it was Centaur Forge though. I've only bought a few things from Centaur Forge. Not that I've got any issues with them. It's just, you know, I've always had, you know, good interactions with those guys at various events that I've met them at. So I just like, you know, when you establish a relationship with somebody, I like to try to maintain that and keep working with them. I don't know why these big honking bad boys are up here, but they were, so I'm not gonna put them on the rack. So one day I'll be like, hey, where in the world was Vinci Page tones? They're right there. So like I said, I don't need a lot. Finish this thing off. Probably more than I actually need. One last thing, what time is it? 10:30. I got an hour in me. So that's all I need for that handle. It's a small, you know, it was meant to be a small little handle. You know, probably see it better on this camera. I leaf so much. I wouldn't have bent this until I was ready, but I like the leaf so much. I just wanted to put a little to get a feel for it, and I really liked this, but what I want to do is I want to do a little piece of true half-inch mirror here and then taper it back down like I did here. So like a two-sided taper going this way and this way, and then just leave a little bit of this half-inch in the middle. And I might chisel in a little square, you know, right there, do some kind of decorative thing. I don't know, but it needs to get straightened before I do anything. I'm gonna put that in my little bucket there. And then let me get this hot real quick, and I'll show you real quick what I was looking to do. That roll, it's just too big though. It's easier for me to show versus say, because words are hard for Rob. It's getting chilly in here though, so I'm going to put my hoodie back on. No, you wore the jacket. Right about there. I will say, what I'm about to do right now, the induction forge is actually a great tool for this specific, because I only need a heat about like that to put a bend in this. And by now, it would already be hot enough to do that. In fact, in the interest of time, well, you know what? I'll just bend this over. I'm going to run out of anvil though, so I got to take it to a different angle. So actually, I can just do that right here at the vise. I can do this at the vise. You know what? I think they're different brush. Okay, I'm going to assume this is hot. I can't pick it up with these. I don't really need a lot of heat for this. So on my vise, I can pass material through, and I've got a table. But on this side, I cannot pass material through. It is more of an upsetting table. Not quite square, but good enough for this crowd. For what I want to demonstrate, I guess. Hey, Roy. Are you seeing this, man? Okay, so this is way too big, as I had established. So imagine, if you will, that this is, I'm planning to use 3/4 inch, or 1/4 by 3/4. But the idea was to have a scroll in there, right? Let me punch this so I don't do anything dumb. There's a square face. All my rounding, except for like maybe one. I mean, this one squared up here. I have one I did not put a square grind on. This one's very subtle. But anyways, imagine this 3/4 coming up the mailbox post, and then underneath the mailbox, and then this side has the other end of the C-scroll, but, and then I was going to do one down here. Oh, wait, no. So I'm thinking, and again, too big. It's bigger than I want. But imagine that this is a C-scroll, right? So it comes around this way too. And then I have, what I wanted to do was have another scroll. This is going to scroll around as well, but I was going to have another scroll on the end of this as well. And then I was going to put either punch, probably just drill it, I think would be the easiest. Drill this to accept a little chain so I can hang the street numbers, like a placard for the street, you know, our actual street number on under this, under our mailbox. But one of the things I kind of suspected that C-scroll was going to be too big, but I just wanted to do one to validate. But once I did that one side, I was like, I'm pretty sure that's going to be too big. I want it a little smaller than this, a little tighter than this. So what I think I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to make that jig if I want to make a jig out of it, or do them by hand, which is doable. But I mean, if you're going to do one, you know, why not plan to do many? So make a jig for it. You know, I mean, you could technically just use that jig and then tighten these up. That wouldn't be that difficult to do either, to tighten these up. But if you're gonna, you know, and maybe that's what I do, is get a piece of 1/4 by 3/4 or even inch. If I have some 1/4 by inch, what I do is I use that jig and then tighten that piece up and then turn that into my next jig. You know, so get most of the work done using that original jig, and then I can tighten it up from there. And then once I get it where I want it, because I'm lazy, then I only have to do that in theory one time and get that where I want it, exactly where I want it. And then, you know, I got a piece of heavy duty angle iron around here, and essentially just weld it to that. Now I've got a new jig ready to go. And for using it on, you know, anything 1/4 inch and under, it's fine, especially if you're working hot. But we use, especially now if you're making a much more open scroll, you might want to consider going more than 1/4, maybe 3/8, depending on how much more open of the scroll you're planning to do. But when you're talking a smaller, tighter, that 1/4 inch is going to be plenty to hold up, even cold. Like the ones that we use for the C-scrolls for the trivets and stuff that we've done, and I can't get to it right now, but like the trivets and stuff that we've done in the past, those are almost all done cold. You know, all the bending is done cold, except for one little portion of it where you put that C-scroll inside the circle of the trivet, and put that in there, and then once you get the middle of it hot, and then just squeeze it with a pair of scrolling tongs inside the circle, and that conforms it to that radius a little bit, and then that closes the C-scroll. They touch at that point. I don't know if I have one over here worthy of showing. Yeah, this is a bad version, but this is what I'm talking about, right? So this one was done cold. Looks like. So you get this hot, and then when you pinch it, these will come in, and you just hold it there. And then what you do is you grab it here. After you've pinched it, you take another pair of tongs, grab it right where they are, make sure they stay closed, and then you clench them that way. And these will stay closed, and then you put a collar around these to hold them that way forever, forever or whatever. So something that, like, again, too big. Too big. And that's a terrible example. Only in so much that, like, this got away from me a little bit, the back end of it. But what did I do? I thought I had that piece of 3/4 over here, but I guess I did not. But that's okay. That's okay. So other than the collaring aspect, I could use smaller stock for a test, thinner stock, but it's not going to be quite the same. To give me an idea of what I'm looking at, if it's meeting my expectations visually. I don't think it will. And I'm being cautious, if you want to call it that, because my supply of 1/4 by 3/4 is dwindled significantly over the years, so I don't have a lot left to kind of make dumb mistakes with. These TV trays, they mow through that stock really quick. Well, I see Brian saying, "Hey, Kurt," but I don't see no Kurt's on here. Did he say something a long time ago and I just didn't see it? Well, what the shizzle? I don't see it, man. Well, if Kurt's around, what up, man? We should see you tomorrow. I'm gonna get. Like I said, I think I have time to pull this off. I want to make a tool out of this A33, Atlantic 33, that Francis over at Coal Iron Works gave us over at Warriors Way. And I want to get this to him. That's not why he gave it to me, but I figured if he was kind enough to give it to me, I should make something, with it to say thank you. Seems like the least I could do. So make sure these are going to hold. Okie dokie. Looks like they will. looks like they'll do the thing. Tell you what, this cigar must be cold too. I'm gonna put my hoodie back on. Dang, it's getting chilly out here. Rob does not do well. Those Arctic temperatures. Let's say what temperature to rise, temps to rise. Well, what about right now, damn it? They ain't rising. 44. Get that a hot one. All right. That cigar is just, it is about as happy with this cold as I am. Thanks for hanging out, Roy. Take it easy, man. Yeah, Brian, it doesn't tell me nothing about who's watching unless people comment. I hate that. I hate that. Well, now that Roy's gone, we're going to fire up that induction forge. No, I'm kidding. No. I don't want to ask, because all my cameras are pointing at it. So, as this heats up, slowly but surely, I got a big old clinker in there. But being that I'm almost done, I think I'm just going to not acknowledge that. Oh, that's a beefy boy. Switch this camera. Anyways, look at this. That's a beefy tongue clip right there. Beefy. Right, I'm like it. I'm definitely dealing with that clinker. No bueno. Get out of there. How dare you steal my fire? How dare you? Now this coal is really, I don't know, kind of, for me, it's weird. I'm used to clinker that likes to consolidate. This stuff, it just kind of, I don't know, like it just kind of like falls apart. It's really weird, you know? I mean, in some ways, that can be good, I guess. Get out of here. Get out of here. But if you don't keep on it, it will definitely kill your fire. I've noticed. This crap off my table. Get out of here. Now we're getting some heat. Stick with the 3.5 pounder for now. What I don't know about Atlantic 33, Brian might know if he's still watching, is does it make like a chisel? Does it make a decent chisel? You know, I don't know. I've never made a chisel out of a piece before. I've made a slot punch out of it, and that slot punch has held up really well. Oh, you know what I want to do? Not right now, but I'm going to break out my little V-switch. Fish looking there. Square cuts, man. Atlantic 33, fluted gun. But square cuts, man. That's a hell of a battle to fight sometimes. Usually what I would do is take that to the grinder and put a chamfer all the way around the edge. But I'm not too worried about it right now. Hit it nice and hard, makes great chisels. Well then, there we go. Butthole. You are what you forge, that's what I've heard. I think I have an idea. Because I wouldn't typically like So, like, if it was just sucker rod, I would typically just cut that. But, you know, it's good stuff. So what I'm going to do, I think if I upset this, I'm going to cut here. Not completely gone. Pick another piece. The other thing, this is the, I don't know, the quote-unquote true Fluidagon shape, but you can get Atlantic 33 in hex form as well. So if this was, I don't know, if this was mine, I would probably get rid of that shape. I mean, for a handful, I don't care for it. You know what? We're gonna do the same. I might have to take one more. If I don't get it out in this heat, I'm just going to cut it. That'll do, Dave. That'll do. It's just not living its best life in this cooler temp. Nor am I. Nor am I. Look at that color. It's in my pocket. on, man. It's time for the Gatorade. You can tell these damn little ones. Sure take the hell out of me. It's like one actual Gatorade. Decorative twist? I'm going to use mine. Off me. You have one of those moments where you're doing something and you finally ask yourself, why are you doing that? You're going to grind that thing anyways. Yeah. Derp. So I'm working further back. On most chisels, I don't go that far back, but lately I've not been happy with the way they looked. So I've been doing this a little bit more. Gun shape is kind of, I don't know. It ain't my thing. How about that? I might have to do something about that. I've gotten to the point, certain chisels, it depends on what I'm doing, I don't like a big wide face anymore. Sometimes it's nice, but I find just a little bit outside the parent stock is fine, but when you go like a big, you know, I don't know, I just don't care for it, personally. This is mostly where I want it. I just don't. I'll show you what I'm talking about, what I don't care for. I'm not sure you saw it, but. Shit, if I wanted a smaller fuller, this thing damn near be done. working this down where you don't even have to grind it. I ain't gonna do that though. We did that one night over at Kurt's shop. You can definitely do it. It can definitely be done. I've seen some knife guys do it too. But it gets to a point, right? Like, how much are you really trying to, how much time are you trying to save versus, an accomplishment that very few would really, would they notice? Some people would never, even blacksmiths wouldn't. Keeping my tip or the edge of the chisel against the fire pot so I don't burn it off. Because really, just at this point, I'm just refining a little bit. So these aren't really rounded the way I would typically like my chisels to do. So I'm just going to go ahead. Because of the rest of the bar, I think it just makes sense, kind of clean things up. Bandsaw, I need to take that out. And then this is, for the most part, I need to cut it and then forge the struck end. I mean, on a chisel it should be obvious, but not that Francis is a dummy, but dummies will dumb. So, whenever you can take a chance out of the scenario, probably should. Got a little kickoff that I'm trying to kind of fix. I should have fixed it earlier. I saw it, but I thought, no, I'm gonna do more. I should have just fixed it. this will be, there's enough material here for 2 tools for sure. Almost done with this. Just got to cut it off and forge the struck end. So we'll see if this one makes it. Oh, hit it, but bounced right out. Ah, so close, yet so far away. This has got some sharp edges on it still. I need to, now I know why it was sitting there. I meant to clean these up. That shape. I don't like that shape. I really much prefer the Hex Atlantic 33. You can get it in 3/4 and I think 1.25 inches. I mean, I'm sure you can get it in other sizes, but the place I got it from, I think it's Cannonball Forge. They have it in Hex. You can get a Hex from them. I much prefer that. It's just like half the work's done for you. And again, and I know I harp on the induction forge, but like with this particular process, the induction forge all day long, man. I mean, especially once you've got the bar hot, subsequent heats, like 15 seconds, and you're ready to go. Offcut, make a nice little tool. thing rolled over onto itself. Very, very interesting. You know what? I'm not gonna trust that. Making sure I have the right belt on this thing. And I wanna. It looks like it peeled over onto itself. I'll go ahead and make what I can out of this heat, but. That's from the original shape. I mean, it's a chisel. I'm sure it'll be fine. I just don't like it. Bugs me. Bugs me, man. It bugs me. Look at this. Okay, yeah, it's all gone. Cleaned up fine. So. Hey, this stuff doesn't really like moving. I think I better put a little heat on that. Oh, I know what I was going to do. Hardy stem is inbound. I made one for it, and then I'm pretty sure it's some kind of stainless. So I've decided not to use it. So I'm going to make another one this week. It kind of sucks because I really did like it. I was quite happy with that forging. But there were a couple of things about it after giving some thought to it I wish I had done differently. So this is it. It fits in there perfect. But I wish I had made this longer. But like I said, it's some kind of weird stainless or something. So I've decided not to use it. Which one of these am I going to? And this is why it should be keyed in. But this weekend, it will be. Oh, you know what I should do? Because this is going to Francis over at Coal Ironworks, I should do this over on the press. Just to say I use the press on it. That's not a terrible idea, honestly. I do take it to the press. I am not looking for a broken toad knife. Now that I remember which one it was supposed to be. Enough digging around. Oh, yeah, I won't even be able to see it. But trust me, I am. You'll hear it. That's gonna, I need to, I haven't yet, I need to dress the edges, because I really typically only use one of those swages the most, so that was the one that got dressed. And one of my least favorite things in the world to do, like that and swage blocks and such, dressing the edges and all that stuff, those depressions. Oh my God. I'm going to talk about one of my, oh yeah, the clinker is sticking here. So I'm going to harden and, or I'm going to quench the end of this. After I clean off that clinker. And the other end is fine. It doesn't look fine, but it's got chop marks in it that I got to clean up. But I'm going to do that tomorrow. But for the most part, this is done. Out of the fire until I find it. This is funny, is like some of this is like so unlike me because I normally put some of these things right back in the same places. Not tonight. Well, nothing. Wait. I don't always do that, but certain things I do. My touch mark is one of them. I typically always put that in the same place because it's not there. I moved it closer over here earlier. I thought it was hanging. Right over here. I don't see it. That's the problem I have when I try to set up the stream. I'm almost where I want to be, almost. When I try to set up the stream, I'm running back and forth and doing so much crap that I lose track of things that I'm doing in the process of getting set up to set up. And it gets very frustrating after a while. Let me swing over here. But yeah, normally my touch mark hangs in one of two spots, either right on my main forge or on my TV tray. And it is not in either of those two locations right now. I specifically moved it over this way earlier tonight. But I'll be damned if I know where it's at now. Did I hang it on the wall? I surely did. Like, I never hang it there. Why it's there is beyond me. Wow. And it's burning a cord. Wire. Yeah. Shitty as that hit was, it's got a touch mark. Yeah. This is typically where I hang, either on this one, the other one, or on my main forge. Why I hung it up there is beyond me. No clue. But yeah, fun times. Let's see. Offline. Everything is offline. That's interesting. I wonder when that happened. Now it says it's online again. What the hell? This thing is crazy. Crazy. I don't know. Probably just me. Hot. Hard. This end is going to get hot again, so I'm not worried about crunching this off right now. I just want to be able to handle it. Oh. I'll show you guys. And if it's not great, you've been hearing me the whole time. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was just the streaming thing just wasn't updating. But let me go over and give this a quick hit on the grinder. Like I said, the other end still needs to be worked on a little bit. Give it ye old true test. So you know I wasn't pretending. Oh yeah, it's still sharp. Oh, clean that up. I need to finish the grind on this and make it nice and pretty. And I wanted to leave the actual Flutagon shape on there. And then on the struck end, yeah, there's still room there. And on the struck end, I'm going to clean that up and see. I feel like it went a little too small. Not to mention those chop marks are going to be fun to get out. So I think I'm just going to do that tomorrow and clean that up. And I might just leave the Flutagon end on it. But we'll see. I don't know, but I'll finish this up tomorrow. I think if I were to do this again, I think knowing what I know now on this shape, and I probably did it last time, didn't even think about it, where it folded over onto itself, I think I should have flattened that out first. And I think I went on that end, I went to round it out before I should have, and it rolled over onto itself. And I had it didn't take much filing to get it off, but I mean, I still had to do that. Yeah. Just things to keep in mind the next time when I work with that stuff. But that shape, honestly, I've only made like a couple of tools from that shape. I've used hex. No. That's the first time in that particular shape, I think. My slot punch was hex. And I'll show that to you here in a second, if I hadn't already done that. Put that brush anywhere. Make room for this camera. Alright, so somebody's asking about an anvil devil. I think maybe that's what this is supposed to be. I actually found this when I moved here. I found that in the dirt. rolled over a bit. But I mean, nothing a little grinding can't fix. Be a handy tool for other things. I wouldn't necessarily use it for a cutting tool, but I guess it could be one. But yeah, let me pull my damn pants back up. So this is my Atlantic 33 slot punch. It's hex. And I got the material in hex. The right camera? Yeah. Yeah. So, well, you can see, but it is hex. And it's just the slot punch I made from it. I still need to finish the grind on this guy. Right now it's just a flat. I'm not a big fan of flat. I mean, this works just fine. But as far as the shape, for hand tools, I just prefer the hex over the Flutagon shape. I just don't care for that shape. And then to forge it down back into something, it's going to make it smaller than I would like most of my hand tools to be. But I have this other piece I cut off earlier. It's still warm. And before I go in for the night, I'm going to grind a chamfer on this so that I'm not forging buttholes again. But it's cool enough to cool off. But that's enough material to make a little hand tool. I would prefer it be a little longer, but it'll work. Sometimes, you know, you're over a big piece. Don't do that with a shorty. All that heat. Do that. So, again, that'll make. What I could do is draw this out and turn this into a round punch. But yeah, that's all I'm doing for the night. I got to go in. Got a big day, so got to get some coal tomorrow. And the alarm clock is going off. So thanks for hanging out, guys. And hopefully we will be able to do this again next Wednesday with better audio. Maybe less hiccups, and I can get OBS out of the picture. I could have done that tonight, but I just needed an Ethernet cable. I just don't know if I have one long enough. Well, I know I do. I just don't know if I have one to do what I want to do with it. Let's put it that way. And there's some other things. There's some cords running through here. Like the main camera, all of its cords are up in the air now, and then a couple of others that I want to get that way. So. Ideally, most of this stuff will be kind of semi-permanent, where all I got to do is plug things in and go. Now I'm going to put all this stuff away from my hammer in because I have bigger plans later on. It'll all be running through conduit. But the problem is HDMI cables are really fragile, so it does not take much to kill one. So I'm trying to figure out a better way going forward. But anyways. Again, thanks for hanging out, and I will catch you guys later next week, next Wednesday, hopefully.